vested anger against, but you know, yeah, I've only ever done that kind of like referral system for video games twice, in the form of working with Paradox Interactive for the release of Europa Universalis 5. Now, I'm a little bit of a captive audience in that regard because I love map games, I love grand strategy games, I love games that really challenge my perspective to control and micromanage a situation and plan for some kind of nebulous long-term goal. It's really fun. It's one of the reasons why I like a long play of Skyrim as well, because you're building for something. It's not just that you're actively focused on only what's in front of you. There's actively a path that I have to try and hit that I've planned out in order to make a really difficult challenge possible. And that's really fun. So of course I was going to advertise it, and we did a sponsored video for it. It was fine. Paradox Interactive don't pay me the most in terms of sponsorships because unfortunately when it comes to creators, I'm just kind of too big for them and their budgets, which is fine. You know, you kind of grow on YouTube and then you outgrow certain aspects of your own community and where you come from, which is an interesting part of content creation and part of the journey. It's just inevitable. And it's still nice to stay in touch with it and that I can still work with them, even if it means I, you know, there's less of a payout, which is odd because, you know, I technically, you know, I am doing this for money, but also because it's an incredible job. Most of the way that our company is run is purely like, how do we get some money? How do we then reinvest it? And then how do we keep doing this for as long as possible? That's the main goal. And hopefully I'm doing this for many, 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 many years. Yeah, so that's the plan. Anyway, talking about referrals. So yeah, we had referrals set up for, I think, EU5 releasing. And I think we probably made less than some creators who were much, much smaller. Mostly down to the fact that I'm kind of very big. And so if I kind of say, oh, hey, here's a referral link for a game, I get some revenue from the sale of it. If you're someone who plays Paradox Interactive games, you're probably not going to click the referral link for me. You're going to find a smaller Paradox Interactive creator and click their link because it's much more impactful for them. If you're like, say, I don't know, the £2 or £5 of the sale that goes to the referral person goes to them instead than if it went to me, because hey, I get it. I've got like 4 million subscribers. I've got a team of 4 incredible editors. And yeah, it's a very fortunate position to be in. I won't lie, it's great. I mean, as you can tell from some of the editing quality on the videos we've had as of late, every single month it feels like we get slightly better at what we do. And that's amazing considering that we've been doing this for 10 years now. Yeah, which is wild. The average lifespan on YouTube, I think, is meant to be about 7 years. That's kind of the point where content creators either retire, burn out, or just collapse in some kind of way. And we haven't done that, which is really weird. I mean, I say it's weird, it's just against the norm. But to me, it doesn't feel weird, it feels right. I feel happy that I get to keep doing this and very lucky that I'm able to somehow monetize what I do. The fact that there is, you know, an agency that will put adverts on a video that is effectively someone breaking a video game is great. The fact that there are companies that will go, hey, look, I know you're going to break this game of ours that we've put a bunch of work into, but we actually want you to do that. We think it would be fun, is amazing. Because, you know, I've been in this industry for so long that if 8 years ago I went up to a company and I said, hey, can I have an early access key to break your video game in front of a public audience? They'd have gone, no, go away, leave us alone, never speak to us again. Yeah, people don't like that happening. And I know there are still some companies out there that are like that. I know often, you know, Japanese companies, Nintendo is the greatest example, where I put a bunch of work into creating a really, really funny Animal Crossing video, and then Nintendo just copyright strike it. And we had a contact at Nintendo who we were able to reach out to, and they basically just said, yeah, look, you exploited the game. Sure, it's a mostly single player game where money doesn't matter, but Sorry, no item duplication glitch allowed, sir. We're going to have to keep that video struck down. So yeah, it's kind of why you'll never see any Nintendo games on this channel. I just can't risk it. It's simply not okay. One thing that I think as viewers you don't quite understand is from a copyright perspective, we don't actually as content creators have much control over our own videos. So right now I'm playing Skyrim. Now, all of the visual content of Skyrim is owned by Bethesda. And whilst sure I'm transforming it in some way and it's a video, I've added my own music, I'm doing my own thing, from a legal perspective, Bethesda could choose to copyright take down this video. And that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. It's the same for basically every single video game ever. The reason why companies don't do it, of course, is because having content creators play your game is good advertising. It builds up a community, it gets people involved and excited for your content, and it gets more people playing. And that's great. There are, of course, some companies that don't believe that still, and that's kind of incredible in 2026, but hey. Now we are coming up to Helgen, and some of you might be wondering, why on earth is Helgen still alive and why does it look good? And that's because I'm using the Gate to Sovngarde mod pack, which is roughly about 1,200-ish mods. Takes quite a while to get set up and running, but the reasoning is quite simple. In this mod pack, you actually start before the beginning of the main quest, which means Helgen hasn't been destroyed yet, and we're able to visit it. It's full of NPCs, it's got, a tavern, it's got a trader. In fact, even with this mod pack, you can leave Skyrim, you can go into, I think, Bruma, towards like the north of the Imperial City, which is really, really fun. I mean, it's challenging to cross the border, but you can do it, and it is quite fun. But yeah, the game looks great. It really turns it into a incredible survival experience. And I actually sat down and did a really long playthrough of this roughly about a year and a bit ago, where I tried to finish the entire game in 100 days, but every time I died, I lost a day. It was incredibly tense, incredibly close, and exceedingly difficult in ways that I've never felt Skyrim has managed to achieve. So yeah, I had a great time with it. Now you might be wondering, did I actually spend all this time walking around Skyrim? And the answer is yes, I did all of this. It was just me. It took me about 2 days. It's about 8 hours and 8 hours and a bit in terms of footage that we had to then cut down and like tidy up a bit. It took a long while, and I'm fine. I'm fine. I could actually look at Skyrim for a very long period of time, and I love it. It was really kind of relaxing, and I don't understand why, but the more I play Skyrim, the more I want to play it. It's like this self-fulfilling prophecy. And I've been very, very fortunate that this year we've had some really good RPGs come out, mostly in the form of like Crimson Desert. I know it's not necessarily everyone's cup of tea because it has kind of MMO-y vibes, and the story was a bit like disjointed and stiff and wooden. However, for me, that game was wonderful. I could very comfortably get lost in it. I know my editor, Joe Hickson, got cripplingly addicted to it as well, to the point where like most of his personal channel is just Crimson Desert videos now. Of course, very stylized. If you enjoy the stylized edit of the kind of content on my channel, like say the last Skyrim video we did, then you're probably gonna like his. So yeah, it's been a good year in terms of games, as it is basically every year. I feel that every year new games come out and I find some wonderful things to play. And sure, I know there's always a few disappointments in the year where you're excited for a particular game from like a particular studio, and it's part of like a franchise that you know and love, and it's just not as good. Or maybe it is a good game, but you've grown out of that kind of genre or that IP, and it no longer interests you, and that's fine. But that can still feel really upsetting and disappointing. Now, I should probably talk about some of the music and how we made it. So most of the music is, well, actually all of the music is made by Sparkles, who is a very, very talented person, who was part of the band Area 11, and also is basically the reason why we have you know, some of the greatest Minecraft parody songs ever, and also some exciting things like, you know, the Diggy Diggy Hole songs. It's all very, very wonderful. Also, entertainingly in the background, my character in Helgen is about to walk into a dead end because I missed the left turn I was meant to take. So I'm going to stand here for a little period of time looking at the archery stands whilst I 100% do not check a map and realize the error of my ways. Yeah, that's on me. I'm pretty good at navigation, but this mod, of course, changes quite a lot. So whilst in base Skyrim, it's very easy for me to walk around the entire thing. You know, I've got thousands of hours at this point. When it comes to this modded version, because the map changes so much, it is actually kind of challenging. It's easy to go over like a cliff and suddenly there's like a different path or a different building that wasn't actually there in the base game. And it's very, very fun because certain areas of the map that were previously quite sparse are now actually good and interesting. So Helgen being the main one, I'd say there's a lot more stuff around Falkreath that actually makes it interesting and a place that is worth visiting. Yeah. Very good indeed. Anyway, back to the music. So yeah, the music is made exclusively because we tested songs to see what would not flag the YouTube ad placer. And these songs are perfect. They're absolutely perfect. They have just the right level of stuff going on that the video isn't silent, but also the added advantage of absolutely no spoken word. So one of the problems with the Skyrim soundtrack is there's a lot of kind of like orchestral oohs and ahs, and there's building moments and rises, and there's action, and that fundamentally just has too much going on, so we can't use it. Whereas all of this, perfectly fine, absolutely perfectly fine. I kind of love the fact that YouTube is so easy to trick, because it's such a basic fundamental thing of like, oh yeah, look, YouTube, here's the video I'm presenting you, you should review it. But then the reality is that it's not that, it's completely different. You could also technically use this audio track system, not that you should, but there is nothing stopping a creator from using the audio track system to get around YouTube's kind of like restrictions on various things like content moderation. And also, I believe you could use the audio track system to bypass copyright. Various things like content moderation, and also I believe you could use the audio track system to bypass copyright. I haven't tested it myself, but I'm like about 80% certain that you could just upload a second track to a video that was filled with copyrighted music. I mean, from a fundamental perspective, you're still in breach of copyright law. It's just I don't think YouTube would be able to notice at all, which is very funny. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. There is a reviewing process that goes into the audio, but even so, it's not the same as the back end for videos. And there's like, okay, when you upload a video on YouTube, there's a monetization checklist that you do where basically you're like, oh, this video contains these kinds of language, it contains this kind of stuff. And it's all pretty simple stuff. It's like, is there graphic violence? Is there excessive expletives? And there's different tiered levels. So one of the classic things is, you know, YouTubers they never say certain words because they're like, oh, YouTube's going to flag me. The reality is most of the time YouTube doesn't. It did in the olden days, but because it's now just become a myth on the internet, it really does not happen very often. It really doesn't. But of course, content creators now tiptoe around certain words because they feel almost like cursed, I guess. So yeah, I guess technically there are still some words that if you used excessively, 100% a video would get restricted from advertisers or potentially age restricted. However, if you were to put them in a separate audio track, I don't think that would be the case at all. I think YouTube, because the monetization advertising check had already taken place and it will have already scanned the base audio file for the video, it will have already approved that. And so there's nothing for the AI content moderation to approve or detect after that point. Now, technically, yes, the video could get reported, but if it gets reported, all that means is there's going to be another slightly harsher AI check. Now, there is a level of, if it gets reported too many times or flagged a bunch, then a human will review it eventually. But then there's also quite a high chance that the human won't review every single audio track because it just doesn't make sense for them to do that. So, yeah, this does feel like quite a sneaky, exploitative way to get around YouTube content moderation. Just, you know, just putting out there. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm just saying that, hey, YouTube, maybe you should be aware of it. I don't know. But hey, you are the big, scary mega corporation. I'm sure you either don't mind or you've run a number and determined that it's perfectly fine the way it is. Which point, good for you, YouTube. Good for you. Well done. So yeah, currently we're just wandering our way down to the lovely Falkreath Hold. In this modded version, Falkreath goes from being effectively a slum with a few buildings to actually feeling good and big and like a location you could stay in, rather than a truck stop in a forest. So that's nice. Oh dear. I quite enjoy what they did with the mod pack. This really does make me want to do more Skyrim content, and I think I kind of have one video coming up which is very focused on Twitch, and I think my plan would be to use that video to do my first ever Twitch live stream, and then after that, like the week after that, kickstart a huge Skyrim 100 Days series again, using this mod pack. Because they were it was some of the most fun I've ever had making content. Just sitting down, creating characters, and going on weird, wacky adventures with a whole host of zany people like Inigo the Khajiit. I just want to do it again. I really want to do it again. Because it was incredibly difficult, and I like that. I like a very challenging game. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it should be good. Yeah. I just want to play Skyrim. Please. I know it's 2026, but I want to keep playing Skyrim. I technically know there's a chance we might get an Elder Scrolls 6 announcement in the next few weeks because of the Summer Games Festival. It is hard to place where we are with Elder Scrolls 6 because they did do a certain nod that meant the game was close to completion, and that was in the form of the charity. It was kind of like a charity thing where you could donate money, and if you had the winning bid of this charity auction, you'd be able to put an NPC inside of the Elder Scrolls 6. Now, they've done this for previous Elder Scrolls games, and generally that meant they were about 9 months away from release in the past. Now, I don't expect that to be the case this time around, because it feels like every single year that passes, Bethesda somehow gets ever so slightly slower. But from the sounds of things, they've kind of wrapped up on Starfield to an extent, and they're now all in on Elder Scrolls 6, with maybe some pre-production on the next Fallout game, which is a shame, because Starfield, I think, is getting to a better place. It's just not there. It's close, but it's not there. And that's a shame. That's a shame. I don't think we'll ever see a sequel to Starfield. Maybe in like 20-something years when video games are entirely different. Maybe. But yeah, it feels like for the moment we're just going to be getting Elder Scrolls or Fallout on repeat. Because, you know, if you're the big corporation that has a lot of a stake in Bethesda, chances are you don't want them messing it up. And if you're wondering why none of the NPCs that would normally be violent are violent, it's entirely because I toggled the combat AI. Yeah, there's just a console command for it. Trust me, we couldn't have done this if I had to stop and fight every single person that came by. It would have turned walking for 8 hours into walking for like 12 hours. And I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for that. My bones aren't ready for that. My life isn't ready for that. Oh, look at these boulders. I can't believe they'd throw boulders at me. You evil, evil, evil bandits. How could you? I would also like to say that I did this whilst we had some of the warmest days in the UK on record. And I know that the Americans are going to be like, lol, just get AC. We just don't have it in the UK. I'm sorry, we don't have it. It's not viable. It's just, you know, maybe in a few years' time, it'll be the norm. But for the moment, in the UK, we have like, say, 15 to 20 days of the year insufferably hot. Like insufferably hot to the point where you can't work. And those are the days you need AC. And then for every other day of the year, perfectly fine. If anything, far too cold, and you wouldn't want one. So this is the problem we have. Now, look, I know, technically, I could just be a business. I could buy myself an air conditioning unit and live a perfectly comfortable life and laugh at everyone else who can't afford this premium luxury of an air conditioning unit. However, you know, I think maybe it's better to be a man of the people and absolutely sweat myself to death whilst playing Skyrim. Because if that isn't the path of the average working man who spends about 8 hours a day playing video games, then I don't know what is. Clocking in for the 9 to 5 at the Skyrim factory. It's an important job. Someone's got to do it. That someone is me. Oh dear. I've enjoyed making this video. This has been very fun. I kind of apologize that the back end of this video is kind of like a almost podcasty-esque ramble. It's not exactly as structured as our normal videos, which is fine. It's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. I understand that the French people probably stopped watching a long time ago. Probably not even in this video. They probably stopped watching about 8 years ago as soon as I clicked the make channel button. So they probably immediately noped on out and left YouTube entirely. But for the dedicated viewers still watching, presumably the Germans, it's been a pleasure having you hanging out for a pretty relaxing experience. Hello. Ich liebe Pfefferkuchen. There we go. That's the extent of my German off the top of my head with zero prompting. I do actually know significantly more German. I am just choosing to instead be the average British person. Actually, I should use this excuse more often. Maybe I can actually pronounce everything perfectly. I'm just choosing to represent the British stereotype that I can't pronounce anything. Yes, yeah, that's exactly it. When there's a spelling mistake in the description of one of my videos, or a spelling mistake in the comment section, look, I'm just representing a British person who has made a grammatical error. That's it. I do find it kind of odd, the fact that people doubt that I am the person commenting on things. So I comment on a lot of videos on YouTube, and also I comment on my own videos a lot, and I reply to an insane amount of comments on every video. But because most creators don't do this, people just doubt that I am actually doing this, because it's kind of like, how are you doing this? And it's quite simple. I watch YouTube videos like you, and also I watch my own YouTube videos, and I like my own community. So of course, I'm going to go into the comment section and I'm going to respond to someone's funny joke, or I'm going to add to someone's funny joke, or I'm going to answer a question, or I'm going to say thank you because someone's paid me a really nice compliment, or paid the editing a really nice compliment. And yeah, it's very funny to kind of do something that I guess is outside of the creator norm, that is so unexpected that people just believe it's not real. It's kind of like if you were to hand out something for free on the street and people are like, no, I'm not taking it, that's got to be a scam. There's no way that's real. There's no way someone would do a nice thing on the internet. Oh dear. Right, anyway, I think this is probably where I tap out, ladies and gentlemen, because we're approaching Falkreath Hold. Now, you've kind of got a choice of audio tracks. If you really want to help break YouTube, then what you do is you switch the audio track back to the original or the Scott's Gaelic one, which is the Skyrim soundtrack, and you then put the video back at the start and just leave it running. The reason why you do that is because it basically doubles the watch time for the intro of the video. YouTube really like favors the first minute and a half of the video. So on a fundamental level, if you actually really want to break a video on YouTube and really help push it, watch the first minute and a half, refresh the page, watch it again, refresh the page, watch it again, and then just roll the video for like 4 hours. And if you do that, the back end of YouTube goes a little wild. It's why live streams for a period of time were so absurdly broken. YouTube has correctly balanced live streams, unfortunately, which means they're significantly less valuable for me. Anyway, I think that's enough of my ramblings for today. Thank you very much for watching and hanging out with me. I hope you have enjoyed the video and this kind of chill, weird conversation we've been having. I say conversation, I'm the only one speaking. Maybe you've left comments. I'll read them. That's fun. I can't wait to see this one-sided conversation when you eventually get to respond. Yeah. Anyway, this is an odd experiment, and the fact that you've decided to stick around and participate in this experiment with me means a lot. So thank you very much. I hope you received lots of wonderful adverts. Please tell me about them. I can't wait to hear what lovely adverts you received. If you're using an ad block, you're a stinky sausage. But also I understand. I understand. It's fine. It's fine. Literally, if you use an ad block, every, I don't know, 1,000 views you watch, well, if you watch 1,000 of my videos, which there aren't 1,000 of my videos to watch, just send me $4. That's fine. That basically makes up for it. That's all good. I'll take that. That you've paid for yourself entirely. Anyway, right. I'll see all of you in the next one. Have a wonderful rest of your day, ladies and gentlemen, and goodbye for now. Bye, 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 bye. Before we begin, I would like to point out that the following video
you. 「 こともまだ知らないの。思いまぶたを開けたのならば全て壊すのなら黒になれ。
Pump up the bass line. Pump up the bass line. Pump up the pump up the bass. Pump up the bass line. 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 Wait! Pump up the bass line. Pump up the bass line. Pump up the bass line. Wait! Pump up the pump up the bass line.
mind. Do it dance out, stop wasting time, stop wasting time, stop wasting time. Cold wet, cold fire, bang the wind, to do your mind, to do your mind, to do your mind. Cold wet, cold wet, cold wet, cold wet. Trouble like I roll your mind. Do it dance out, stop wasting time, stop wasting time. Cold wet, cold fire.
Everybody understands what's at stake right now. The difference between success and failure will be measured in months, not years.
OTC.
TC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
Verify no constraints and go for launch.
We will explore the frontiers of space and push the boundaries of what's possible.
Safety console is go.
LPs go. RTDs go.
This is what it takes if we're going to get the job done.
Is supposed to be predictable. You break a tree and you get wood. You mine stone, you get cobblestone. You dig down, eventually you'll find diamonds. But not here. In this world, rules are ignored. Every block
Minecraft is already
will have steel.
next age of the world. To make it to LV, I would need to started using 3 crafting tables to be able to store progress for a craft that I needed to craft in another craft. It was mind-numbing, and I would have to do a lot more of it. I built a wooden doohickey outside the base so rain wouldn't hit my machines. If these new machines are exposed to rain at all, they explode, and I think I'd have an aneurysm if that happened to me. Like the steam machines, I had trouble getting these new ones to run. I read up on how power worked, and I figured out that the wires I was using lost power the longer they were, so for now, I decided to just connect the machines to the turbine as I needed them. I'd upgrade the setup later, but for now, this was the easiest solution. I started working on building the multitude of machines I would need to process the materials I needed for more machines. A lot of these machines would let me produce the stuff I was already making, but at a fraction of the cost. Up to this point, I had been producing steel constantly in my blast furnace, but I was already running out since I started LV, where everything of value costs a ton of it. To aid this, I upgraded my blast furnace and also moved it away from my base to reduce how much pollution I put into my home chunk. I hadn't dealt with issues regarding pollution yet, but some guy on Reddit said it was a good idea and I trust him with my life. At this point, I had collected a fair amount of cobblestone for the video's goal, but nowhere near enough. Luckily, we were at the point now where I could do something about it. I found out about a machine that would help me, so I decided to focus on building it. This is a transfer node. Before I could craft it, I would need to collect some supplies. First, I would need ender pearl screws, so I started on building a lathe. The lathe allowed me to turn ender pearls into rods, which I could turn into the screws. Next, I'd unfortunately have to make another trip to the nether, since I needed tetrahedrite for making brass. This trip didn't go as well as the last one.
What the fuck? Fuck away from that thing. Oh, where does tetrahedrite spawn? 80 to 112. Okay, so I have to look up. It's right there. Ow. Why? The fuck did I do? Oh, not fucking you. Ow, bitch. Stop. Oh! Fuck you. You first. Yep. Oh, wow, I'm so low. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. The fuck was that? They all do so much damage. Oh, not another one of those things. Ow. Nope. I don't have a plan. God damn it. Okay. Already? What are you? There's a
「
This will be the only Greg Tech New Horizons episode. Individuals have proposed an investigation. It all began when the user known as Gregorius T created a Minecraft modification called Greg Tech. As the name implies, it allowed players to simulate the mechanized insurgency and its multitudinous aftermaths in Minecraft. But Gregorius T wasn't stopping there. He added realistic electricity, fusion reactors, guns, oil, magic, realistic chemistry, logistics, electronics, gaming. And last but not least, as one player put it, Greg Tech had everything, of everything. Fast forward a few years and Greg Tech had accumulated a reputation of being one of Minecraft's most challenging mods. But what if Greg Tech could somehow become even more cluttered and challenging with more redundant objects and psychological torture tactics? Now introducing, Greg Tech New Horizons. Compiled by Dream Master Extra Large and his assemblage of acquaintances. Their plan was to install several more challenging industry-related mods, add one of the most convoluted magic mods, integrate space exploration of the entire local bubble, and sprinkle more mods on top. Approximately 200, to be exact. The second phase of the plan was program several bajillion grams number amounts of changes and additional content to make Greg Tech New Horizons one of the most challenging and time-consuming mod packs in all of existence. Getting anything in Minecraft needed realistic and researched processes, except with 20 different random obstacles on top for everything. The amount of time it took to beat the Stone Age would take the approximate amount of time it took humanity to proceed into the Bronze Age. And so by the transitive property, the same time consumption applied for every stage of the game up until futuristic galactic colonization, magic fusion, genetic engineering, and the symbolic final goal to completing the game was the Stargate. The most expensive structure to build, with each part needing millions or even billions of all sorts of more advanced futuristic techno-babble science fiction components, each requiring their own slew of ingredients in the magical, fictional, realistic, and futuristic realms that drew from resources all across the universe and all across the plane of existent possible theoretical machines in multi-blocks and chemistry and mining and farming and extracting electronics and bundling to micro, and thus, the Stargate became the symbol of futility and hopelessness. But with extreme challenges, come attempts from challengers. Greg Tech New Horizons became well known in the modded community for its sheer size and complexity. Hundreds of thousands of souls have been lured into Greg Tech New Horizons by its ever-expanding infamous reputation. And the few most hardened survivors went on to build the most sprawling, detailed, advanced, insert another buzzword, and long-lasting bases in all of video gaming, to keep up with the industrial demands of Greg Tech New Horizons. These bases dwarf the strongholds of 2B2T and the creations of any other MMO. But in response to the possibility that someone might actually obtain the Stargate over the past few years, Dream Master and the Greg Tech Mafia have been constantly updating the mod pack to make it more and more challenging to do anything. And the elusive Stargate staggered farther and farther away from the grasp of the most experienced and skilled players in the community. But after all these years, we have learned a valuable lesson. Perhaps Greg Tech New Horizons was not meant to be beaten. Because the journey itself was the whole point of the experience, and the journey was supposed to be a never-ending experience of improving the factory. And Greg Tech New Horizons was not a miserable experience if played correctly. Its insanely dedicated community have published several pentaquintillion articles of information on how to most commendably perform Greg Tech recent skylines. Because even though Greg Tech New Horizons tended to be horrendously grindy even for simple tasks, there was complexity in using methods to avoid the grind and optimize the factory. In other words, even though anyone could play this and make progress, this was a much better experience for high IQ players who saw beyond the grind. Which is why there are so many players who list Greg Tech New Horizons as the best mod pack of all time for its unique challenges, while those who only see obstacles tend to be not so enthusiastic. Now this is where I come in. I shall begin an indefinite GregTech New Horizons series alongside the current Nomi Factory series. But this is only because I have been invited to a GregTech New Horizons server by the infamous Hypixel Skyblock Mafia gang organization known as Guild H. This GregTech New Horizons team consists of the Hypixel Skyblock players known as Not Good Name aka The Realm 7, Hellofish aka Copy Perm, Demit aka Demit, Zoss from infamous Trouble Brewing, and Podsoul from Minecraft Manhunt. This group had somehow put up with Hypixel Skyblock, and had beaten the entirety of Divine Journey 2 in just a few weeks. In other words, this player group is decently competent, and they had pulled on some mysterious connections to entice me into their excursion into GregTech New Horizons. So I shall now cover our excursion into GregTech New Horizons. Since no footage exists of the very beginning of this GregTech New Horizons playthrough, the beginning shall be told by oral tradition. The seed was, for a lack of a worse word, the worst. The lack of practical, realistic, or real resources in the general vicinity of spawn was a major setback. So me and the squad began searching the area for a suitable location to set up the base. The main thing we were looking for was a place with high humidity, since the water drilling pump works best in wet biomes, and we shall consume a lot of water during the self-explanatory steam age. But one player took exploration too far. It is a well-known fact that GregTech New Horizons has a severely buffed hunger mechanic. Any action except for walking will burn 500 million calories. The only way to escape this was theoretically to eat constantly. But this was an incorrect postulation, because the evil developers had added the Spice of Life mod to the mod pack. This means that you can only eat a certain amount of foods until they become stale and provide no nourishment. There was also Pam's Harvest Craft, which added natural spawning gardens that dropped tens of different snacks when destroyed. But these could only satisfy us for so long. The only way to reliably stay well fed was by obtaining and holding the healing axe, which gave infinite saturation. But this needed unstable ingots. And this is where D4 comes in. His plan was to loot dungeons for the materials needed to make the unstable ingots. More specifically, diamonds, iron, and the division sigil from dungeons. As it turns out, there were many loot-filled structures throughout the multiverse that could be raided for a chance at becoming rich. But this sigil wasn't the only thing that could be located in dungeons. Dungeon loot also included various metals and equipment made out of those metals. D4 swore to never give up until he found the parts for the healing axe due to his abhorrence of hunger. Which is why he raided approximately 180 dungeons. He did not find what he was looking for. But in the process of failing, he succeeded at another task. He had found so many other things that we were now rich not only in iron and diamonds, but also all sorts of other periodic table elements, such as copper and zinc, as well as alloys such as stainless steel and steel. Usually the way to get resources in the beginning was to locate the so-called ore chunks and dig straight down to find GregTech ore veins, which are much larger than in vanilla. But D4 had allowed us to completely skip this. So not only did we get beginner equipment from this, we got the base resources needed to industrialize. Anyways, it was time for the next phase of the gaming. Me, the Realm 7, and Croppy Perm had found a good humid spot next to an ocean and a forest filled with wood. Since the Hunger Axe expeditions had failed, we were forced to grow food like absolutely normal people. This included carrots and gardens that I had collected, which would spread to other tiles on their own. This was overfoods that I had collected, which would spread to other tiles on their own. This was overpowered when combined with the fact that the server would run 20
A skeleton on my no. So, what the here with that?
That allowed me to make it.
Thank fucking God, dude.
Once I made it out with the tetrahedrite, I processed it into dust and combined it with zinc to make brass. That allowed me to make an item pipe I needed for the transfer node. I made a transfer pipe out of steel along with a few more materials I needed for the transfer node and crafted it. This thing would be monumental to me, but not in this form. First, I would need to make a world interaction upgrade to put inside the node. This required diamond pickaxes to craft, which of course couldn't just be simple. I needed a cutting machine to turn diamond blocks from my compressor into diamond sheets. The cutting machine required a diamond saw blade made from cobalt brass metal. Cobalt brass powder of course required a separate machine to make, so I made a mixer for combining powders into new recipes. I didn't have many options for getting cobalt at the time, so my solution was to build a centrifuge that would allow me to wash certain ore dusts for a chance of getting cobalt dust off of them. Of course, I didn't have enough brass left either, meaning I needed zinc. I got that by grinding tetrahedrite, washing the ground ore to get purified ground tetrahedrite, grinding down that purified ore into dust, then washing that dust in the centrifuge. Each purified dust gave me just a 10% chance at getting zinc out of it. I knew this process would be tedious and slow, so I created a second turbine to turn more steam into electricity and piped the steam into one of the corners of my house. Now I would have a room for more machines to run in tandem with the outside setup. Eventually, with all that effort, I was able to get enough cobalt brass for the saw blade and made the cutting machine. My setup could just barely handle the amount of energy it took to cut the diamond blocks into sheets, and I had to fully buffer my steam at max capacity and disconnect all of my other machines to cut one block. It used all of my steam at once, but it was enough to make sheets and complete the world interaction upgrade. I built an average cobblestone generator in another corner of my house and placed the transfer node on top of the cobble. Once I placed the world interaction upgrade inside, I began infinitely generating cobblestone right inside of my base. This method was generating a stack around every 15 to 20 seconds, which I could keep going constantly. Now that I was generating cobblestone and making progress on the goal of this video, it was time to address some big issues. First, and most importantly, was storage. I experimented with different options like upgrading my barrels and making new ones to fill with cobble, but those filled up almost right away and would be way too expensive to upgrade for storage that's still too small for our needs. I came to the painful realization that nothing available in the LV age was going to be able to store the amount of cobblestone that I needed. I tried making a super chest with a capacity of 4 million blocks, but I'd need materials that were gated to the next age. Since this seemed like my only option, the rest of my time would be spent trying to rush to MV to make these chests. My second biggest issue was energy generation. The steam setup was not cutting it anymore and was wildly inefficient. I had some options now that I could branch into for energy production, and the one that stood out to me was natural gas. I made a gas turbine which allowed me to turn various renewable gases into electricity. Specifically, I was turning logs into methane gas by processing them in a centrifuge, then pumping the methane to my gas turbine. This made me energy that was much more efficient and easier to store than all the setups required with steam. I wanted to push the limits of natural gas as an energy source, and for that I would need a ton of trees. I didn't want to keep running back and forth chopping down full forests, and I wanted to get into some automation, so I settled on making an automatic tree farm. Luckily, the Steve's Carts mod was perfect for this. Of course, parts of the minecart building had to be a struggle.
5 saw blades and saw blades. No. No.
But after some processing and crafting, I could afford everything I needed. I set up the cart to chop trees along the tracks and replant the saplings it received. The cart would return to one point, deposit its logs into a cargo bay, and then fill up its engine with a few of the extras as fuel to continuously power itself. I wanted to be able to forget about the farm for long periods of time, so I made part of the track lead into my house where my secondary energy production area was. Now I had a nearly infinite source of logs that could be produced into methane automatically. At this point, I was starting to need rarer materials for crafting recipes. Luckily, there was a way to find more of these materials, but it required a portal to another dimension. Different dimensions and planets in GTNH have unique ore veins available to them. A lot of materials could rarely be found in the overworld, but the ones I needed mainly spawned in the Twilight Forest. The Twilight Forest is a massive mod that's further expanded on in this mod pack. It has its own whole quest line and would have a lot of content for future exploration. I surrounded a puddle with flowers and crafted the shockingly expensive portal generator and summoned the portal.
Just back up a little bit. Jesus Christ, I really should have.
I took a few trips into the Twilight Forest and took as much of the ores as I needed. Ores like nickel and lead were very scarce in the overworld, but plentiful in the Twilight Forest if you could actually find a vein. I needed a lot of these ores for my next project, which would be setting us up for the early jump to the MV age. Back home, I built a second iron tank inside of my house and used it to store methane. I could use this as a central hub for my natural gas turbines while still close to the steam setup to allow for gas production with spare energy or when I had nothing else to process. I said I wanted to move away from steam, but that was a lie. It was too convenient at this point of the game, so I opted to optimize the setup a little bit. I was worried about the pollution I was putting out with the coal boilers along with the coal cost of running them. So I built a small collection of solar steam burners that would create clean energy without any inputs other than water. This gave me a use for the extra silver I happened to get in the Twilight Forest, and in turn I would have to worry about managing the steam setup much less. The next big milestone I would need to rush MV was building the electric blast furnace. This thing would cost a crazy amount of raw materials, consist of like 10 different machine parts, and take forever to make. I spent hours leaving my computer running to process all of the materials that I needed and built a ton of new machines for my energy setup to run to make little bits and pieces. After like 3 days of exclusively focusing on material creation for the furnace, it was finally done.
I've been at this for days, and I think we're finally done. Now, I think that's everything.
Of course, this couldn't happen without some issues.
And I think with that, we're done. Ooh, has problems. Okay, good. Awesome. Oh, wow.
I had to play with it for a while to get it to run properly. This thing needed 4 amps of electricity to run, basically meaning I needed 4 LV energy sources to power this thing at once to run it. I bit the bullet and made the machines needed for battery creation and made batteries with materials I rarely got through processing the other ores. I then set up 2 battery buffers onto the machine, allowing the machine to pull energy from multiple batteries at once. The EBF took an obscene amount of energy to run and still produced materials extremely slow, but at least we had a way to run it currently. I combined materials produced from the EBF along with the rare ores I had gathered throughout my time playing to make the final components I needed, and after about 1,000 total days in the world, I had successfully rushed MV. From here, my goal was entirely planned. Find the fastest way to generate cobblestone in this tier and build the necessary storage to contain the 44 million I wanted to collect. After rushing MV, I made an MV gas generator to use the methane I stored up from my tree farm. I also started crafting some MV level machines that could produce new recipes I needed. Going through the crafting for these new machines was hell, especially since I rushed MV instead of taking my time, but with some grinding I could make them. I made an electrolyzer to easily extract minerals from other dusts that would allow me to make aluminum in the EBF faster for more MV machine building. I also built an MV bending machine, which was the key component to making the dense iron plates for the super chest. The last part I was missing was pulsating iron ingots. I got the powder for these by mixing a bunch of dust together, none of which were hard to get. Normally you would need the next level of the electric blast furnace to smelt the dust into ingots, but instead I just pumped oxygen into the furnace, which made the furnace hot enough. With these key ingredients made, and were hard to get. Normally you would need the next level of the electric blast furnace to smelt the dust into ingots, but instead I just pumped oxygen into the furnace, which made the furnace hot enough. With these key ingredients made, and a chest buffer made from LV machine parts, I was finally able to craft the super chest.
That thing? So much has gone into making this fucking thing. 4 million blocks of storage. That is something else. Oh, bitch. Grab this. That is something else. Oh, bitch. Grab this. We shouldn't need you anymore at all. There we go. That's so cool.
This chest alone would hold 4 million of a single block, perfect for our purposes. Once I hooked up the chest to our cobblestone generation machine, another problem stood out. We were back to producing cobblestone way too slowly. I started testing MV rock breakers in another world, but they were also shockingly slow. Using these would take forever, and making more generators in the configuration I had now would be extremely expensive and tedious for very little payoff. I had no idea what I was going to do. I tried testing stack upgrades on the transfer nodes to increase production, but that didn't work. After testing for a while, I made a discovery. I don't know if this is how they're supposed to work, since I couldn't find anything about this method in a single discussion online about cobble generation in GTNH, but stacking world interaction upgrades in the transfer node allowed me to multiply the efficiency of cobble generation by however many I put in. If I put 64 of these upgrades into one node, I'd be generating a stack of cobblestone every second, using only materials that were available to me back in LV. This seemed like my best option, so I set out to make an unreasonable amount of world interaction upgrades. These took about 14 diamonds each between the gears and picks that I needed to craft one, so I spent the next few days exploring my world with the ore finder, emptying every diamond vein I could find. Luckily, I figured out that I could use the tool forge to add lapis upgrades to my pickaxe, giving it fortune. From there, I traded in a bunch of these coins that I had slowly collected through the quest completions for normal diamond ore. This allowed me to multiply my diamond yield, making this go by much faster. I ended up collecting well over 1,000 diamonds for these upgrades, clearing out a ton of diamond chunks. With many hours of AFKing in my base, letting the diamonds process into the forms I needed, I was able to slowly craft more and more of these upgrades until I had a fully upgraded transfer node. This quickly filled my first super chest, so I continued to craft them as I needed more storage. I thought the only thing better than one maxed out generator would be 2 of them, so I built a second generator and item transfer node that piped into the super chest. After a bit more upgrading of the node efficiency with more interaction upgrades and more super chest crafts, my 1,000 plus day journey came to an end.
I think we're done. 3 million something in there. 4 million. 4 million. 4 million. Yeah, you get the drill. That's 10 over here, 40 million, and then 43.2 million cobblestone. 2 months of work, 210 hours, around 1,200 Minecraft days. And we finally got it.
I finally got to my goal of 44 million cobblestone in Minecraft's most complicated mod pack. Unfortunately, I can't actually craft the octuple compressed cobblestone until HV, so for now I'm stuck with the cobblestone being loose. But now that I had basically infinite building materials, I could make anything I wanted. Too bad I don't really like building.